identifying and evaluating like market opportunities, right? So we just want to give you an opportunity to engage in something that you've learned because I believe that the essence of this session is to make it as practical as possible so that you're able to effectively take those lessons and be able to turn that into something of value. All right. So at the end of my session on Tuesday, I'd given an assignment, and that assignment is part of what we have described as the market activity. So in the first couple of hours, we're going to just be discussing all of the assignment that you've been given. To tell me, I basically just want to learn about your approach, what you've done, and how you went about it. And that way, we're able to bring all of the things that we've learned to life. Okay. So after that, we're going to have about maybe say 30 minutes break, and then we'll come back for the session on inclusivity, right? And that's the session where we're going to just like do a brief exercise or something that we've termed the power walk. And in that way, we're able to see and even understand the entire concept of inclusion. When we talk about diversity and inclusion as business owners, what exactly do we mean? Okay, so so maybe a quick recap. I'd like someone who could volunteer to maybe run us through some of the things that we discussed in the last class, and and maybe we can just get started from there. So, do I have any takers? Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
So you can hear me. So like we're not having any volunteers. I want to believe that everyone took the time to do that assignment.
Sir, your voice is pretty low.
Is that just you or is that the case for everybody?
Yes, sir. It's same here.
So who can hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you very clearly.
You're
Then
audible enough.
if you
I
cannot
can
hear
hear
me,
you
then I
loud
think you
and
should check
clear.
in.
It's clear.
Okay. Then for those who cannot hear me, it's probably your network. So please check that your network is in the right place. So since no one is volunteering, I'll have to do a random pick, and please expect that you unmute your mic and let's hear from you. So let's hear from Moshud Shitsu. Moshud, can you hear me?
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good
Sir. Can
afternoon.
you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
How was your day?
It was fine. How was yours?
I'm fine, sir. So, what we discussed yesterday was basically on identifying the business opportunity, and you explained to us that there are some characteristics or there are some factors you need to consider or that you need to put in place while identifying a business opportunity. So, you need to have the skill, you need to have a passion for what you do. Like before you can say you want to go into business, it's something that you know, the fact of what you do for fun, what you like doing, even when people don't ask you to do, what you just like doing, like your hobby, what you do, or what you enjoy doing. So you need to have passion.
Okay, so Moshud, I'm losing you.
Let me see. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you
Hello?
now. I can hear you
So
now.
what
Please
I'm
go ahead.
saying is that you need to have passion. You need to be passionate about the business you want to look at. Then secondly, you need to have, so after having the passion, for you to now make it professional, you need to learn the skill, the professional skill about what you are doing, and you need to practicalize it to have one or two experiences on the business or for the business you want to do. Then there are other some things you need to leverage on while you are probably going into this business, when you started, then you need to probably make the use of technology in what you do. For example, you are the kind of person that makes clothes, probably you make fashion wares and all that. So you need to devise a technological means of transferring your product to the potential customers. You don't just open a shop and like you want everybody to come. You need to apply technology, try to make some pictures, beautiful pictures, put it on your network handle, Instagram. You need to make add technology to what you do so that you can reach to more people. You need to do it in a different way. Then you need to thereby you connect with other people in that business to look at how they are running the business and to probably network with people that can actually subscribe to your product. Then so then out of the things you need to do you need to evaluate that business before you also go to that business. You need to check. You need to do your visibility studies, right? Check into okay, this business, do a survey, probably within the community when you want to take that business. That okay, fine. This thing I want to do, is it really a need? Is there really a need for that business or for that project I want to do in that environment? Does the environment need that thing I want to do? As in, if I start this thing, will I get someone that will subscribe to whatever I'm doing in that environment? You need to do your visibility study, make surveys, check from right and left, check, okay, they're actually going to subscribe to what you want to do. Then you need to do your risk assessment and what are the risks, what are the things or challenges that you need to, I may face, what are the regulatory policies and government and all that on this business, go to this business. Then you need to look at how your competitors also in that business. If probably what you want to do, people have already been doing it, they're doing it fine. So you need to look at what you are going to do to make it different from what other people have been doing so that you can stand out from your competitors. So, so then you need to apply. Talk about the SWOT analysis, talk about the SWOT analysis, your strengths, your opportunities, your weakness, your threats in that business. For example, now in my produce plastic inside and I do consultation. So the strength in that business is that I don't need to market my business. My business is, in fact, at the point I do disappoint customers because before someone is like want to get whatever I want before you come. So at the point when they come, they're like, okay, that's why you don't do this. Sorry. So the strength in that business is that it is marketable anytime. So I don't even need to do any hard or post or any the strength to because the weaknesses, the weak kids now is renewable. It's not imagine the cost of food going from increasing for like 300%. What you buy like 6,000 naira before, you are buying it for like 25,000 now. So how much do you want to add to that your product you are selling? How much price tag do you want to add that will complement the amount you are buying that will complement the cost of production? So those are the weaknesses we are having in that business. Just for example, I'm using my business as a case study. Then the threat, the government policy and all that, they may come tomorrow now and like, oh yeah, everybody should stop eating catfish because there's this disease they discovered that this catfish, all those things, because they are polluting the environment and all that, if they stop doing the business, they need to move to one particular area to do that business. So all those threats that so you need to understand the SWOT analysis, which is particular to your various business. I think I'm exhausted. I think exhausted. Then hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Can hear you, Mashud. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Then
Okay, so Moshood, we're losing you. Were you okay.
Okay. So this is for now. Hello?
Yes, we're losing you, but
Hello?
so far, yes, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Moshood Shitu, please, guys. A round of applause for Moshood. Moshood has done a fantastic job to take us through what we had discussed earlier. A round of applause for Moshood. Okay. If you're not going to speak, at least you can say well done. Because I had asked Ed for you guys to share a summary of what we've done and like none of you were willing to volunteer. And then I put Moshid on the spot and he gave us a fantastic expository of what we had discussed in the last session. Okay, so with a show of hand, I completed the assignment of developing 200 business ideas before the class today. Please raise your hand. I completed the assignment to develop 200 business opportunities before the class today. So we have 2 over 30, roughly around 32. 2 over 32, that's not a good number. You were given an assignment as part of this program. The onus is on you to ensure that you deliver that assignment before the next class. So with a show of hand, if you don't know how to use the raise hand function, check on your phone or your device to see if you would see like the react icon. When you click on the react icon, you should be able to raise your hand. You see a function to raise your hand. I really need to know how many of you completed that assignment.
But they can type it in the chat box.
Yes, or you can. Okay, so I did the assignment, but I didn't get up to 200. Please raise your hand. I did the assignment, but I didn't get up to 200 business ideas or business opportunity. Please raise your hand as well. Okay, we have 7 over 32. Yes, if you did the assignment, you can use the raise hand function as well. I really need to have a number of people who did the assignment. Okay. We have about 9 people. Okay, 10. Okay, 10, 11, 12. 12 people did the assignment. Please keep your hand raised. So for the rest of you that did not attempt the assignments, can you tell me why you did not do the assignment? Is it that this session is not important to you or you don't want to be in this program at all? Blessing, if you did the assignment, please raise your hand. Farmer Jerry, can you please raise your hand? I need to know because like I can't exactly be able to count from both the chat. It would be easier if everyone can raise their hand. So if you don't know how to raise your hand, go to the React function on Zoom and click on it. You should see an option to raise your hand. So for the rest of you who did not do this assignment, I want to know why you did not do it. So let's hear from Emmanuel Ajopo. Why didn't you complete the assignment, or why didn't you even make an attempt of it? Okay, so Blessing, we've noted that you completed the assignment. Can we hear from Emmanuel Ajopo? Emmanuel Ajopo, are you on this call? Solomon, please, like, were they sent reminders for the assignments, or like, what exactly is the reason why we have a lot of people not participating in this? Because it makes the work difficult if we cannot even help as much as we
Sorry,
can.
can I say something, sir?
Yes, please go ahead, Afolabi.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. My own major reason of not doing assignment is I wasn't in the class. I missed the class yesterday.
It wasn't
So,
yesterday, it was on Tuesday.
oh, sorry, on Tuesday. I missed the class. That's one, and I just joined. Let me put it that way. So I tried to chat the admin or Mr. Michael up to if I can have a guideline of what was taught so that I can use to do the assignment. But I think I didn't get an update on time, so that's why I could not attend that assignment. But I'm so much interested in doing the assignment.
Okay, so like Afolabi, I want to believe that they recorded this session, and you can always go back to that session, and hopefully that would help you understand what exactly is required. Okay. Like Kayode Odunuga, why didn't you do the assignments? Mr. Kayode Odunuga. Hmm. This doesn't look good, guys. To be very honest, it doesn't look good. Everyone now is saying they did not up to 200. The entirety of this session or this program really is to help you get ready for the next level. And if you're not going to put your effort into it, then you're wasting both my time and the time of the people who are organizing this program for you. I always tell people if you do not have time to commit to something, there's no point putting your hands up for it. If you're going to be a part of this program, you need to be involved 100%. If not, you're not just wasting your time, you're wasting the time of the facilitators who have been called to teach, you're wasting the effort of the entire program management unit, the entire investment that have been made for to ensure that this program is successful. And at the end of it, if they ask you what did you learn from it, you don't have anything to show for it. What did you get out of this program? The reason that assignment was given to you is because we want to believe that you're somebody who is interested in building businesses, right? And now you've been tasked with something that can be beneficial for you. Do it for yourself, and that can be the next level of opportunity for you. And then some people did not even bother to do it, and we're calling them to explain why they didn't have the time to do it, and nobody's responding, right? That is all I'm going to say about this. I'm going to now focus on people who took the time to do the assignments, right? So, like Caroline, your hand was up first. So can you tell me a bit about your experience doing the assignment?
Sorry, please, I was a little bit far from my phone, but I can
Okay,
still hear because I'm using hands-free.
okay. So did you hear what I said earlier?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so I noticed that while I was researching for the business idea generation, um, I realized that there are lots of businesses that one can actually do. Some of them can be problem solving, ideas. Some of them can be trend spotting ideas. Some of them can be resource based ideas. I don't know if I should give examples as I call them. Should I?
Okay, so can you tell me what exactly the assignment was? Let me be sure that we're all aligned on what we're doing.
200 business ideas using different business ideas generation strategies.
Absolutely, that was it. So you said what happened. So like, are you able to share your screen? Do you want to walk us through your assignment and how you went about it?
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so while we're waiting for While we're waiting for,
Caroline.
yeah, while we're waiting for Caroline, can we have Samuel? I think there's the next person, Samuel Adebayo. Please share your experience with the assignment. Samuel Adebayo, your hands are off.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So thank you very much. So while I was going through it, I feel there are a lot of, like Caroline said, there are a lot of opportunities that are out there for us to venture into, looking from your passion, looking for a problem that you need to solve, or a need that needs to be met, or something like that. So for me, I think the way I went through it was from different businesses or industries that I'm more like passionate about. So it depends on what kind of aspect or industry that I really want to go into. Is it the service based businesses? Is it the online businesses? So there are, for the service based businesses, there are a lot of businesses that one could come out from there. Is it from the freelancing, virtual assistant, social media management, photography? So more of like service based cleaning industries and the like. Online businesses, we could also do more of e-commerce platform, online courses and the likes. Then you also have food related business. So if I'm passionate about food, or I want to go into the food business, I can also say, okay, I want to have restaurants, I want to have maybe like a farm or something like that. So also retail businesses, maybe opening a boutique. So I feel looking at us everywhere around us is more of like business opportunity. So it just depends on which aspect of business or which industry do I feel like is something I'm passionate about or I want to go about. There's also the health and wellness business. So I can say I want to go like the way you did the example of fitness. You can say I want to open a spa company. I want to open a hygiene, or let's say an healthy drink business. So it could come from meeting a need, it could come from solving a problem, it could come from something you are passionate about. So different diversity. Also creative businesses. You can also say maybe from graphic design, interior decoration, starting printing press, mobile app, and a lot of, and I think the other ones again are we can say, let me see, sustainable businesses. So I can say for me, I'm passionate about sustainable development. I can say, okay, like my business that has to do with eco-friendly cleaning products. So I had to also go back and do a lot of research on, okay, this is an opportunity. So I think the class I did again was able to allow me go back to the drawing board and say, okay, this is how my
Mm-hmm.
businesses was before. How can I ensure that now that's like with what the class we did on Tuesday, he had to change the whole blueprint of my business, because I was looking at it and I was asking myself, so how do I want to stand out from these other companies that are out there? And thank you for the advice you give and say, okay, I have to start thinking of sustainable and eco-friendly. So I had to start asking myself, so that means how do I go back in ensuring that my product is eco-friendly? Because I had to do a lot of market research and also did some industry assessments and trend. And I saw that where many people are going to now in the cleaning industry are looking for eco-friendly and sustainable products, cleaning products. That is where the trend is going to in that industry. So I have to start
Mm-hmm.
looking for how I can position myself to be that brand. And if I can crack it, I know it's a lot of work, but I have to see how I can crack that business idea to be able to ensure that I can stand as an eco-friendly cleaning product. So that one alone can make me stand out from every other people that is doing anything in that business part. So it's that one like this now. That's like it changed the whole business plan that I have about my business, because I have to start thinking for natural ingredients to use, look for biodegradable packaging and the like. So it's a lot of stuff that allowed me to reshape my business and say, okay, I need to look out for this is the business opportunity in my industry, but how can I also go back to my drawing board to ensure that I get a good product and also to be able to stand out in the industry. So I think that's just it.
Mm. All right. Thank you so much for that. That was very insightful. Please, a round of applause for Samuel. So, what I wanted us to do after now is Samuel, can you share, were you able to complete the 200 business ideas? I really want to see, or just before you do that, I'm going to share my screen and explain to everyone what, in case of, for those who missed the class, what exactly we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing and what we've asked everyone to do.
I've tried
So just
sharing my
give,
screen, but it's saying only host can share, so that's why I haven't shared.
okay, so let me just, I'm going to give you an opportunity to share very quickly, but just before we do that, I just want to share my screen for those who were not available in the class the other day, and hopefully that would help them understand what we're doing. So please let me know when you can see my screen.
Your screen is up, sir.
All right, thank you.
I can see your screen, sir.
Okay, cool. Now, for those who are not aware or who have not been following, what we're discussing or what we discussed on Tuesday is how do you identify business opportunities and how do you evaluate those opportunities when they are identified? That is just the length and breadth of what we've been talking about. Now, based off the teaching that we had, we first of all looked at what a business opportunity is, and we have described the business opportunity to be um, anything that has a potential avenue for profit making by means of meeting um, an unmet or an underserved need, right? And we then started asking ourselves, then how then do we identify these unmet or underserved needs? There were some thematic areas that we looked at and say, oh, this is how you go about identifying unmet or underserved needs. How do you go about it? We spoke about, and is this is synonymous with saying how do you identify a business opportunity, because if you identify unmet or underserved needs, you have identified the potential business opportunity. Now, that is what we're talking about. So, how do you go about identifying these needs, these unmet or underserved needs? We talked about conducting market research through different through two main levels, the primary and the secondary research. We also spoke about industry assessment and emerging trends as a way to also identify potential business opportunities and identify these unmet um, needs and underserved needs. When you look at in the industries, which industry is most attractive or which industry should you be paying attention to right now in the world and why? You know, when you follow the news, you begin to see things around technology. If you're very up to date, you know that the fintech industry is booming in Nigeria and in Africa. If you take into consideration like industries that has to deal with climate change and sustainability are industries that you want to pay attention to. When you look at these industries, you begin to look at them and say, oh, what are the unmet needs within this industry that I can feel as a business owner, right? These are some of the things that we spoke about on Tuesday. I don't want to go into the entire class again. I'm just giving you a rough overview of what we did. And then we spoke about the emerging trends. Emerging trends are what is currently happening in the world. Like, for example, we all know technology is the emerging trend. We all know that there's a lot of like things around the consumer behavior is changing. There's now a trend of social media and and e-commerce and digital commerce and things like that. We also spoke about another way to identify potential business opportunities by looking at your interest, your skills, and your experiences, right? What interest do you have and how can you monetize it? What skill do you have and how can you monetize it? What experience do you have and how can you monetize it? We also talked about brainstorming and ideating as another way to identify a business opportunity. We spoke about the various ways of brainstorming, which I'm not going to go into the details of if you missed that class. So please go watch the recording for that class. We also spoke about looking for inspiration from other businesses, people who are doing things you want to do. We gave a very critical example of Netflix and how Showmax, you know, is filling a gap that Netflix is not filling, right? So you look at potential successful businesses, which is what we describe as case studies. What are case studies of successful businesses? You can also pay attention to like case studies of failed businesses and why they failed and how can you do it better. You know, they will also talk about looking at what the competition is doing. So if you already have a business idea, you can look at what your competitors are doing and how can you make yours a bit different. We spoke about testing and validating ideas by creating prototypes and iterating on those products as we get feedback. We spoke about leveraging technology tools to identify potential business opportunity by joining forums and communities on through social media. You can find people's needs. So when you, for example, now if you go on some certain company pages, you will see the kind of complaints people are dropping on their social media, and that way you can begin to identify potential opportunities or potential problems or potential needs that people have, and you be able to fill those needs. We spoke about exploring your network. We spoke about seeking everyday problems and all of that. And then we went into when you have eventually identified all of these business opportunities, not all of them will potentially succeed in the market. Not all of them will potentially thrive, right? What do you need to do to ensure that the idea you eventually build upon is the one that will succeed? You need to evaluate the opportunity. You need to evaluate that business opportunity. And by evaluating, we spoke about different ways to go about evaluating your business idea, your business opportunity. We spoke about conducting a feasibility study, doing a complete risk assessment. We also spoke about a competitive analysis as well, because you're going to play in a market and people are going to want to do similar things to what you're doing. So how do you position yourself when there's competition, right? We spoke about looking at the financial viability of that idea or that business opportunity that you have identified. Is it financially viable? Can I make money from it? Remember, we spoke about the fact that if a business is not making profit, then that is not a business. All right. A business, the end goal of every business is to make profit, right? So at the end of it, you need to look at what is the financial viability of this business opportunity that I've identified, or this unmet need that I've identified. Is it possible to make money from it? And then we spoke about growth and innovation. You spoke about creativity, the ease of replicating your business idea, and how to think locally and grow locally and think globally. We went through some business evaluation frameworks that I shared with the class on Tuesday. We spoke about the SWOT analysis, the PESTEL analysis, the Porter's five forces, MOST analysis, the business model canvas, and scenario planning as some of the frameworks that you can use to assess or evaluate that business idea that you have identified. And then up next, we saw some examples of, you know, using SWOT analysis to evaluate a business opportunity using this, so it's SWOT analysis. We also looked at the business model canvas and what exactly it entails, right? So the assignment I had given to the class is identify 200 business opportunities from all of these like thematic areas that we have identified on how to find them, and come up with 200 business ideas. Then pick your top 10 of the 200 and conduct an evaluation on them to know if it's possible to do that business. The end goal is at the end of this training that you're in, that you should be able to have 2, 3 business ideas that you want to work on or build upon, because that is the only way all of this training would make sense. If at the end of it is just all talk and no doing, then we have all wasted our time here. And that is why I had given you that assignment in a way to motivate you and push you to identify unmet needs in your area. The entirety of this class on market activity is basically to come discuss what you have found when you went out to do that assignment. Did you speak to people? Did you where and exactly did you find those ideas that you came up with? How did you go about it? That is the entirety of it. I know I also went into how do you assess how big the opportunity is. So when you've evaluated it, how do you know how big it is? We spoke about using the TAM Samsung framework or technique. We spoke about like market sizing techniques of the top to the top down approach and the bottom up approach, and also the comparative market analysis. And then we saw some examples. Okay, so this was what we went through, and now we need to then look at the people who have done the assignment. What exactly did they come up with at the end of it all? So like Caroline, I'm going to give you an opportunity to share your screen. I think you can share your screen now. So please let me know if you can
Okay,
share.
sir. Let me check. Yeah, I can.
Okay, please let's have your screen.
I'm trying to do that now. Okay. Sorry, please. I may have to download it from Google Docs because I did it from Google Docs and I'm not saying how to share that here. Sorry.
Okay. Samuel, do you have your screen? Like, are you able to share your screen on how you went about your assignments?
No, I didn't do it on my system. I just did it on a paper.
Okay, so just walk me through those.
Can you see my screen?
Have you downloaded it?
Yes, I
Let
have.
me check.
Can you see it?
Yes. I can see your screen. Oh,
Okay. So these are the 200 business ideas, using different generation strategy. And some of the strategies you can use, I listed them there, mind mapping, SWOT analysis, continuous improvement, and routine changes, improve on existing products or services. I think you said most of these things already. So should I just move on?
yes. Please go on. So just walk us through how
Okay.
you went about doing it so that the others can learn.
Actually, I
Just
didn't speak to anybody. I didn't speak to anybody. I used Google. So that was how I got all of this. I didn't do much of talking to anybody, so I just researched.
okay. Yeah, please just go ahead and show us what you're doing.
Okay. So this one are the problem solving ideas, and we have eco-friendly packaging solutions. We have subscription boxes for eco-friendly household items. We have affordable co-working spaces in suburban areas. For example, most people now work remotely in Nigeria. So if you have a space that, you can just put it for co-working space is actually, something that people are really in need of right now because it's at home, maybe the energy to work and the motivation is not there. So when they're in co-working spaces, they try to achieve more or they're more productive. And then the platforms connect freelancers with childcare providers, people also need to go to work and they need to drop their children with some people. It's not everybody that has the money to afford a nanny or a private childcare person. Then customized travel itineraries for disabled individuals, health focused meal prep services. There are a lot in this problem solving um, uh, strategy. Then if we move, the strength spotting ideas too. What is currently in trend? You see things like smart home devices installation. Most people use smart TV to watch Netflix, Amazon, and all of that. So
Absolutely.
going into a business that if you install it for them and people, want to ring the bell and they want to see the person that is at the door. So if you ring the bell, there's a video recorder that shows who is at the door and they can either, open it from there or, tell the person to go and even answer the person. They can see the person, they can hear the person. So all these things are smart devices, that people use at home. And there's even one that you can use to open your curtains and people like comfort. So yeah. Then
Mm-hmm.
plant-based meat alternatives. Some people don't like meat or they're vegetarians, so they feel like if you are eating meat, you are causing harm to the environment. So if you bring alternatives, in plant, like the nutrient they can get from meat, if they can get it from plants, then it's also a business that appeals to vegetarians. Then esports coaching and training, organic skincare products, lots of us women we deal with acne, and all of these other body things that, if you sell it to us, we'll buy.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Yes, AI powered personal trainers. It's not everybody that can afford, a personal trainer, and everybody wants to be fit.
That one is interesting.
So,
Okay.
so custom NFT design service, drone delivery to urban services. This is like maybe not real yet, but I don't know if we're going to get there. Maybe we will, because we didn't know that we were going to be buying food from online, or you could order food online, and now you can sit in the comfort of your home and order food online. So who knows? Maybe there will be drones that can deliver things to your house instead of
Absolutely.
the what do you call them, the dispatch rider that takes long time, and effort. And I haven't heard that some people steal meat from people's food. So with drones, you will have to experience all of that. Then
That's a good one.
eco-friendly pet grooming products. There
Mm-hmm.
are lots of things here. So we move from the trend spotting um strategy and we go to resource-based ideas. So we have pottery classes, we have local produce subscription box. Lots of people want to eat healthy, and they want, there's even a company that says farm to home. They don't really produce everything in their farm. Most of them buy from the
Mm-hmm.
market, but the fact that people want things from the farm, directly from the farm, so they sell that ideas to people. And people just go, oh, farm to home, it's coming directly from the farm, so they just buy it. Handmade jewelry workshops. Some people just want something that is very unique, like the elites. They want something very unique. They don't want something that is in the mass market. So if you can produce something that is unique and is not, you don't have mass production of that thing, they will really like it. Then rent as service for art supplies. Lots of schools do art supplies, and then book
Mm-hmm.
subscription box, and gourmet spice blend for people to make food, and and all their snacks. If you have spices that you have blended together, you just sell it to them, call it one name,
Mm.
they
Okay.
will buy.
That's good.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Vintage clothing boutique. Uh is this vintage clothing boutique is almost like used clothes that people have used in the past, but they were very quality clothes, clothes that you pay
Mm-hmm.
something good for, and it's not also common. So if you have things like that are there's this thing that they call it, I've forgotten the name, sir, but things that are old, but not everybody has access to them. So when you now
Mm-hmm.
bring it back to the market, it just, or you tell the person that this is the only place in the world they like to buy this
Mm-hmm.
kind of things a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also sustainable because you're not wasting the fabrics, you're not wasting, you're not throwing them in the bin. You just find the ones that are very quality and you sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Then organic herbs and tea blends. People are looking for weight loss, how to sit at home and not go to gym, like you talk about healthy drinks the other time. So people are also doing organic herbs and tea blends. I know a lady that is doing moringa tea. She lists lots of benefits of moringa tree, and you'll be prompted to buy. Then small batch baking kits. Lots of people use baking as bonding time with their children. Like working class people that don't really have time for their children. Then maybe on Saturday or Sunday they want to do something fun with their children. You can also put that as something, to market the product and say, oh, we already put the ingredients, we already measured it. You don't have the time to do all of that. We've done, it in quantities for you. You don't have to measure. You can just sit with your child, mix, put in the oven, write the instructions, and and they have their fun time. And you also sell your market. Then there's handmade leather goods, recycled paper products, craft brewery tours, there's lots of other things too. Yes, essential oils is essential oils. People like, essential oils. They like it a lot. The smell, and most of them are also medicinal. Things like coconut oil, rosemary oil, all these other things. I really can't remember. Niche targeting ideas like plus size people that you know that are very big that does not like fitted clothes. You can just build your brand as a fashion designer around boo or things that are comfortable or things that fat size people can, well, I said fat size, big size people can wear and they're okay or they're comfortable in it. The men's skincare subscription boxes, because lots of men they don't really do skincare like that, and if you already make it simple and easy for them, I think they will want to. Then comic book cafe. Lots of kids like comics. So if you open a cafe that, is just for comics, maybe they can come and maybe like a mini library, but just for comic book. That one too is also a good one. The non-toxic baby products. Lots of nursing mothers are looking for products that will not harm their baby. They want their baby to look good. They want to moisturize them, with cream. They want to give them a bath and all of that. And they don't want products that are full of chemicals. So they're looking for non-toxic baby products. So that is also something that, we can do. And then subscription box for self-care. So we can also say, okay, you worked hard, take care of yourself. This is the thing. We sell subscription box care, buy it and enjoy yourself. All of those things. So there are a whole lot. Can I stop? Hello, sir. Are you still there?
Yes, absolutely. I was talking on mute, sorry. I was so impressed. Well done. Please, a round of applause for Caroline, please. If you're on the call, please, a wonderful round of applause for Caroline. I feel like I like the way you went about it. You saw the way like it was categorized into different areas, and then that really just helps you go on as much as you can as you come up with these ideas. It just really helps you like continue to refine them as you go. So there's something in consulting that we call being structured in your thinking, right? So when you have multiple boxes and then you say, oh, when you speak on the topic of this, here are the multiple things that you probably find here. When you come to, so for example, now, if we're discussing the concept of profitability in business, we know for certain that how to get to a point of profitability is when your sales or your revenue subtracted from your cost of doing that business gives you profit. So when you come to the conversation of revenue, you can begin to devise multiple revenue strategies for that business, and that is one box. And then when you come to cost, you're now developing multiple consideration of cost into that bucket, and at the end you see that your ideas are very structured, and in that way it is logical. So when someone picks up a document that you have created, by virtue of how you went about it, they would understand clearly what you've done. And I think that that's what like Caroline has done today by putting her ideas in multiple categories. So let's also have someone else represent the males. So very well done, Caroline. The females are very everyone, not the females actually, everyone is proud of you. So well done. So I'm gonna ask
Thank you so much,
Moshood.
sir.
Yeah, sure thing. I'm gonna ask Moshood to also share with us his assignment, and then just walk us through how he went about it.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So, this items I've actually worked on emanated based on what has been lingering inside of me earlier before now. That if I have the opportunity to do, I will just ignite it immediately. So I have a couple of ideas right here. So the first one I'm going to talk about is about hotel toilets. So let me say toilet generally. So our conventional toilets we just walk into the toilet and we just see the what's it called? This wash and water closet and all that, and you see the wash and building and all that. So I was actually thinking that why can't we just have you just walking into the toilet and you see nothing, no wash and basin, no water closet, nothing. You see nothing, and at the press of a button, you just see everything coming out. I don't know if you flow with me, like just rather than you having all this. So it's the purpose of doing that is because you save more space and you can actually multi-use that place, that toilet. You can actually multi-use it. Because for the fact that the washing and basin, the water closet are there, you may not be able to do so many activities. But the fact that if those places are cleared, you can actually do one or two activities aside from the toileting. Then when it comes to the time of doing the toilet, just press the button and everything just come out. Then you do whatever you want to do. You press the button and everything goes in back again. So I was actually thinking that. So that's
an
one.
interesting one.
So
Okay.
so
Yeah,
so
please go ahead.
so I now did a SWOT analysis on this idea. So I discovered that the strength in this business is just the fact that the business is innovative. So people want to see what is happening, see, it has not happened before and all that. So it's going to bring market, as in you are going to sell, like you sell at a very fast speed. So because you are bringing in new things to the environment, you are bringing in new things to the community. So the strength you sell, and you'll be subscribed by so many 5 stars, 7 stars hotel, and every other people that is interested. Then the weaknesses there. We are going to be having a technical issue in terms of construction. Reason is because we are trying to do this because it is not new building, new constructions that we want to subscribe to. Even the old constructions would like to okay, I also want to subscribe to this. So you have to make some break this place, break that place, reconstruct this place and other. So those are the things I see that, okay, might probably like a challenge while having the stuff constructed in their business. So then the opportunities you learn to improve more. Like when you start doing it, then at a point there will be a diminishing return. You'll be exhausted with the anxiety and you would like to do something new again. So you improve more opportunities, you see so many. So then I have another point here. Exchange of electronic items. So this one is being gotten from my community here, and it also applies to other people. So, you just have some people whereby this time that we're having December now, people want to I want to change my TV, I want to change my home theater, I want to change this, I want to change that, I want to do this. So rather than you just probably giving it out to someone or just put it somewhere or give it to our bookies, why did you just bring it to our hub? Then we exchange it to probably you brought a 32 inches TV now. So someone has brought a 64 inches TV. I want to change it to someone else. So you that brought 32 inches, you just give us the 32, then we give you 64, then you had money. So the someone that brought 64 inches might probably I have another TV, so I just want probably a dining table set. So you can actually bring in your TV set, then we give you a dining table set. So in that case, and we're going to make it, we can actually make it global, digital, whereby you just go online and just do the swap. Or if you don't want to go online, we make sure that we have hubs whereby you can actually come over and we just do this exchange and all that. So then the strength is that fine, people want to because it is people okay, I don't have to go and get so much money to go and buy another thing, or to go and buy another electronics. But the weaknesses is that someone will just go and steal someone television and bring it to your hub and exchange, and it will turn to problem if you are not careful. So those are the weaknesses that is attached to that businesses, but it's a fine business. We see it as a good. Though we're going to do some mitigations around that. We do a policy check for us to see if probably this thing is real or probably you are faking it or something. So we are going to do that. So then another business here, looking at the high cost of food items in the market now. We're actually looking at this fish, meat, and all that. So we have packaged this cow skin fresh and no stains, fresh. So they are dried cow skin, whereby just package them. They can stay for 6 months without nothing happening to them, without being got spoiled. 6 months. So we've packed it into a kind of a fine packed, and we can do it as an exchange. So for that one pack, we have about 10 of it in a pack, and we are selling one for 1,000, 1,500. So these items are small, but when you soak it in water for 24 hours, they turn to something else. So that could actually be an exchange to you going down to the market and buy expensive fishes and meat and all that. So that's another idea that we have actually worked on. Then yes.
So just to to put some more context to that, can you tell us a bit about how you went about coming up with all of these ideas that you're sharing with us here today?
Yeah. So the hotel toilet and all that is just an imagination, a thought, this thing could be like this now. Then the one for that exchange was because I did a survey and I was people, especially this festive period, people do change things. They do I want to renew I want to change my road. I want to do this. So they do. Then the issue of that cow skin is those are the feasibility. Those are the things that happens around whereby we see that okay, fine. It is glaring that things are expensive, and people are not able to buy those things. So we just need to create an alternative, and we are trying to make business of the hardship that is in the economy. So that's just what triggers us to those things I have said. Then can I continue?
Yeah, so maybe we'll just take two more and then we'll take one more person.
Okay.
And then before we take a
Then
break.
this other one, and I have one. Okay. This other one.
Yeah.
So this I'm talking of. I want to talk about cinemas now. Okay. So we have Silverbed Galleria and every other cinemas around. So it is those cinema now. It might be difficult for someone that doesn't know the route to Ikeja City Mall or Silverbed Galleria or every other mall to say I want to go to the cinema and watch film. And with our survey, we knew that so many people want to watch these films, but because probably they are not exposed or they are not conversant with the areas where. So we want to partner with. We are thinking of partnering with football shows, all those where they watch football in our localities,
Yeah,
where they
viewing
watch football.
centers.
Yeah, viewing centers. Thank you very much, sir. Viewing centers. They already have their place of doing their business. They have a very big this thing. They have TVs. They have this. They have that. So it is just when there is an Arsenal and Chelsea match that they will just show match and all that. So we want something whereby we can actually make use of that their place for something else. Then we just get probably one or two new films from then we publicize, okay, we are showing this film. So we take it to all the local viewing centers within the community and we just give it time and we want people, we tell people we do the advert and we tell people to come and watch. So they will you don't spend us money. The viewing center is the one that has the shop, they are the one that have the TV, they are the one that have, it's just for us to source for the films. And so be a partnership. When people pay it, I get mine and the viewing center get theirs too. So it's a business idea. So we just look at trying to bring Silverbed Galleria down to your local communities without spending too much.
Is this a need that you identified by asking people or like a
Yes,
personal experience?
because people, because I do discuss with people, especially the females, they do oh, Silverbed Galleria, and this film, Lakatabu is out, and I watch this film, they are showing, oh, I can't go to that place, how much I'm going to spend on transport and all that. So those are the surveys we gathered, and we're like, okay, if we are able to bring it down to their door, down to the communities, and the fantasy of watching film with a crowd number of, there's a difference between you watching film in a cinema and you watching the same film inside your house. There are huge difference because of the activities, the screaming and all that. So those are the things we talked about and we're like, okay, to make it accessible for people, let's bring it down to their local communities. So that's one. Then I think I have one more, Abby. I have one more last chance.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So yeah, there's this suya spots around my community whereby every night you see people lining up. Okay, fine. That means there is potential in that business and people are actually subscribing to that business. But when we looked at people that are buying those products, they are probably average people, average low income earner and all that. So we now make a study and we discovered that it's not as if the rich guys or the rich men does not want to subscribe to that suya or that it's not as if they don't like the taste or they don't like it. They also want it. But the fact that the kind of environment, the kind of arrangements, roadside smoke and all that, and start to queuing line, I said that they don't want to go through that stress. They don't want people to see them lining up just because of suya. So we're actually thinking of getting an edifice whereby we have those abukis at the back of the office whereby they'll be doing the suya thing, doing the mix-up and mixing and everything. Then we get you a seat, we get you a table, we get you a drink. You just sit down, order for a suya, we get it out for you. A nice office, nice place, AC and all that. You sit down, you take your suya with a drink, then we charge you, then you just do your things and move. And if you are the one that wants a takeaway or something, we can actually package it for you and move. Suya, normal abuki suya, normal, but it's just that the environment where you are is what we are changing. So those are, I still have more here, but I think that
Yeah,
I think
thank you.
so.
Thank you so much, Monsieur. That was really good. So one thing I want us to pay attention to when we're talking about this or we're discussing this is I want you to pay attention to how they also mentioned that. So, like for the case of Moshood, he was mentioning specific examples of needs that you may have come across by virtue of conversation with people within your community, by virtue of your own personal experiences, right? All of those needs exist. As long as human beings will continue to live on the planet Earth, needs will continue to evolve. And in that sense, businesses will continue to evolve and businesses will continue to thrive. So I like to tell entrepreneurs that you're doing something that will that will stand the test of time because as long as human being exists on the planet Earth, there will always be needs to be met. What you just need to pay attention to is how can you continuously stay abreast or how can you continuously stay on top of your game such that you're able to quickly identify needs and provide solutions to them. Some of the world's most successful business people were people who found out about an opportunity at the time when they did it and they took action immediately. They were able to quickly identify, validate or evaluate the idea and effectively take action. Now, well, we're speaking so much about identifying and evaluating. One thing I also want to put as an extra to this conversation or to as a balance to it would be do not just only rest on identifying and evaluating. You need to take action, right? That is the only way you would know if it's going to succeed or not. A lot of entrepreneurs are always afraid of failing, but many times, many people avoid failure so much that they don't even give themselves an opportunity to try. You all know of the story of like Edison, how much he worked on the light bulb 99 times before he eventually came to be. So failure is a part of the journey. As an entrepreneur, you're not supposed to be afraid of failure. One thing that failure does for you, it shows you one way to not do something. But then there are 1,000 other possibilities on how to go about it. It's all in the mind, right? So let's not just stay on just discussing the ideas. They sound so fancy, so interesting. Oh my God, very creative, very innovative. It's in the execution that we tend to know if this is something that, you know, that we can do or not. And I feel like that is also part of the things that you're going to be learning along the journey. That's not my, it's not a part of my class. What I'm basically just um, I'm asked to do is discuss how to identify and evaluate. I want to believe that in the other subsequent classes, you begin to learn execution strategies as you have identified opportunities and you have evaluated them and you know that this is possible. How then do you execute or go from here? And I hope that you tend to see that as you go forward. All right. So I'm going to say we take a break at 2:15. So let's have like maybe a 20 minutes break. And then when we come back, this. Let's take 15 minutes break from 2:15 to 2:30, or let's say 2:35, 20 minutes. And then when we come back, one other person, we're going to hear from them. I'm particularly interested in how you went about it. Now, we've only been talking about the idea generation and how we went about it. I also want someone who will also tell me how they have made effort to evaluate some of the ideas that they've been able to come up with. And after that one person, we will go into the next session on inclusivity. And then after that, I will take questions and then it will call it a wrap. I don't want to keep you as long as I did on Tuesday. I know we spent more than 4 hours on that class on Tuesday because I wanted to pour out as much as I had with me. And and which is why I'm a bit sad that some people did not do the assignment because the entirety of that class was to get you fired up and nudge you in the right direction to get those ideas out of yourself. But that is fine. We're going to take a break now and then we'll come back at 2:35. Yeah, thank you so much for your engagement.
Sorry, please. Is anyone here? I can't hear anything. No.
Hello, we're on a break. We're on a
We on
break.
break.
So I think we're coming back by 2:35, I think.
Yes, 2:35. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Ah,
Welcome.
all right.
Okay, so we're back. This is 2:36. We have 22 people. Where did everyone go? Please, if you can send them message on the group chat, this would be really appreciated. We need to come back to class. Um, I'm going to the chat now, and I see that Samuel Adebayo said he had a question, but he cannot hear anything. So for everyone who says they can't hear anything, is it because of they joined later or they
I
didn't know
think it
we
was
had a
because of
break?
the break. It was the break. It was because of the break. He already asked, and I've told him that we're to be back by 2:35.
Okay. So I don't know, is there like a group chat if you can inform them that class is now in session? That would be good. Samuel Adebayo, if you're on the call, can you ask your question now? And I'll be happy to take it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much for giving us this amazing class and wealth of knowledge. So, I want to ask two questions. So, firstly, I think I had one of my mentors told me about if you have an idea and you feel you are the only one have gotten the idea, you should try to question it and ask why other people haven't been able to carry out this same idea out. Definitely, there are
Mm,
ideas that God can give to you inspirationally, but if there are some ideas I feel like there are people that can carry it out, you should also try to question it and say, okay, why haven't these people been able to carry this out? So this is what brought out the question. So my question is, these big brands or these big companies that we know concerning my business, the cleaning products, why
mhm,
haven't they thought about creating an eco-friendly product out? I think I saw a lot of research. Universal started doing I think it's a dishwash that was more of like a natural ingredient, but I'm not sure it's in Nigeria. And they did like a toilet cleaner that has an 100% recyclables. I'm not sure those products are in Nigeria do, but I know Universal started working on it, and I've started seeing some other companies too in that space, but I'm not sure it's in Nigeria. So I want to ask, why is it that they have not started talking about this now, not looking into it yet, or they've not started producing some of all these things? So that's why I also want to make it to ask my question, that is it going to be viable for me to bring out these things? Have they, is it because they've done their maths, or people are not willing to buy this product and the likes? Is that why they've not gone into it? And if I'll be going into it, is it something that is also going to be profitable for me to do, or there are other bigger picture I should look out for why I should do that kind of business, or just flow with whatever they are doing, use the harsh chemicals and the likes? That's first question. And the second question is the aspect of focus on your focus and you become a focus. So most entrepreneurs, we get to know that, okay, if everybody that we see that they are doing well in their field, they started there's a part that everybody diversify, having a lot of companies, but they start with one company first and they grow that company to when it becomes very big. So I think it was when Mr. Moshood was talking, and I was like, wow, this idea, I've thought of it before, this one. But for the thing is, as an entrepreneur, you can get carried away in the aspect of saying you're trying to get business opportunity. And the focus that you're focusing on is just that bad friend that be like, hey, wait, oh, this idea again. I think this one is good. You run into it. So is there a point that you get to know that, okay, this kind of idea can be building it separately, why it doesn't affect my business, like my core business I'm working on? Or there are some ideas that just put them on hold, or just write them down where you think is the right time for you to launch them out, or when you see any business opportunity, you can just try to carry them out and say, okay, why not? Can we try and do this or not do this? Because when he was talking, when he was talking about that Suya stuff, there was this idea that I was doing during COVID. That was like how I made my money when I started my logistic business during COVID. I started to get people like fast food, but not like the food majorly. It's more of like the shawarma, Domino's, the pizza, more of all these fast food like junks. So I
mm.
don't know. I don't know if there's like a platform. I know we have the one for food, the mega chicken, people can order food. But is there like a platform where people can get more of all these junks? Like you want to say, oh, get a pizza. I don't need to go to Domino Pizza. I can just go on the website and order maybe it's shawarma, look for plugs, then look at how I can partner with like Glovo or this Chodek and say, okay, why can't we come together and also try and launch something like this? There's more for fast food. Why don't you have for junks where people can also try and say, okay, like this suya of a thing now. We can say we have suya university. They come on our website and they can start selling their stuff on it. So that kind of idea
Okay.
now, it looks good.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah. I
good,
think I get your
but
question. So we're actually running against time. I'm just going to try
oh,
to
okay.
answer as quickly as possible.
All
So
right, thank you.
for your first question, I feel like you're asking me questions that the answers to it is in your hands, right? So we have all we've always spoken about conducting market research and doing a feasibility study for every idea you come up with. Now, for the big brand, it could be 1,001 things why they have not done it. One might be that the market that they want to do it is not ready for that kind of product. Two might be it's a cost consideration. When you think about the money to make very climate friendly cleaning product, it might not be as profitable as they would want it to be, then they might decide not to go. Maybe because of they're thinking about, I mean, it's probably just how they're thinking about it. It might also be that, they've actually not seen the possibility of, so you know that sometimes some ideas seems very too good to be true, that some people do not even take the time to assess the feasibility of it, right? Is it possible to come up with climate friendly cleaning products? Should be a fundamental research question that you should have in your mind as an entrepreneur. You need to do the work. It's not something I'm going to come and tell you, oh, it's possible, it's not possible. That's not my job to do. It's your job to do. If this is something that you know is an idea that you've had, the next step is to what? Validate it. How do you validate it? Is by doing all the things that we said that you need to do. You need to conduct proper research to validate your ideas. You need to maybe try doing some prototype and testing and iterating. All of that things is what will now help you determine if this is a viable product to take to the market, right? But all in all, it's not something I'll come and tell you, oh, yes, you can do a business like this, or no, you can, or this is the reason why I don't have all the answers to these questions. This is what like doing research will do for you as an entrepreneur. So it is the onus falls on you at every point in time to do the research and the groundwork to find out that business opportunity. If you want to pay the services of business consultant to do the hard work for you, then you do that. And that's what like management consultants do for big businesses. When they have problems, they don't have the time to solve it, and they call consultants come and do it for them. So what I'm saying in essence is that as an entrepreneur, when you identify a potential business like that, you need to validate it. You need to ask questions. You need to research what is currently up to. Why are big businesses not doing it? Have people done it before in other markets? If yes, how did they do it? Why is it succeeding in those markets? Those are the research that you need to go and do on your own. Okay. Now, for your second question around like partnering and doing all of that. Now, Glover and Childec, they have a lot of people who are putting their businesses on their platform. There are a lot of shawarma spots that have signed up on Glover and Childec. So this thing already exists. Okay. But then if you want to put a new spin to it as a business owner or someone who has a business idea, then that's great. About the major question of focus on your focus. Now, I get that you might be carried away with multiple ideas, but it's very important if you, for example, have a core. This is usually my advice to people. If you have a core focus, now, for example, cleaning products before pivoting into somewhere else. Okay, let's say, for example, you want to pivot into something else. It's possible to have multiple businesses at the same time. But let's be very honest, what you pay attention to is what you give your time to is what your time responds to. What you give your time to is what you know it produces. So if you have built your cleaning business so much so that it has developed its own capability to run without you, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, then you can do something else. Why, that one is has grown legs and wings. Not when your business is still struggling, you're just trying to sort out the very fundamentals and the basic. You're now going to go and put your hand in another business idea completely different from what you're already doing. That way, you're distracting yourself, you're dividing your attention, and what you don't give attention to many times it don't eventually turn out as much as you want it to turn out. All right, so I'm very much aligned with that thought process of focus on your focus. However, I like to tell entrepreneurs within your core, what are other innovative ways or other innovative ideas they can come up with? What are other business opportunities that exist around your core? If you exhaust that and there's nothing else to do, then is that you focus on your core or you pivot into something else. But if it's your core, you have done all you have built your core so much so that it's able to stand on its own. It's now a sustainable business that can run without your presence. Then you can venture into something else. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's typically my answer to that question. So I'm using this also, like we had 35 people on the call you last time. So please, if there's a group chat, please inform them that we're back in session. Um, Someone had mentioned that he would like to share. I think that was Kayode Odunuga. So Kayode, if you have your assignment, please come up on stage and present to the class before we go into the final session of today. Very quickly, please. Paying attention particularly to your process, how you went about it, and if you have done evaluations on those ideas, that would also be good if you can share with the class. Is he on this call? Mr. Kayode Odunuga, yes, you're on the call. Please unmute your mic. We cannot hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Okay, and I was not in Tuesday class. Okay, I was not in Tuesday class, but I just joined the program today. So I just got the assignment today. But the little I could do, I want to share so that I'll be corrected to know areas I can improve upon. So basically, the business ideas I have is I wrote it down. So the business ideas I have is number one, I I want to make healthcare services accessible to everyone, whereby the same way we have food delivery services, we can have personal healthcare services delivered to the homes of individuals, whereby you can, uh, if you let's say you desire to see a doctor, you can have the doctor visit your home, and the doctor will make consultation in your home, examine you, uh, and the rest. Or if you want a drug, you want to buy a drug, you can have the drug delivered to your home. That's the first thing.
Very quick
So
question,
the short,
Kayode. Do you know that there are businesses that do this already in Nigeria?
yes, sir.
Okay. Have you heard of Eight Medical?
Yes,
Have you heard
yes, sir.
about my Medicare? Do you know that Reliance sent like Reliance HMO send drugs to their the customers from the comfort of their home? Once you're sick, you just go on Reliance and speak to a doctor on their app, or I'm having XYZ symptoms, and this is what I need. And then the doctor would prescribe drugs, and Reliance will send those drugs to your house. So, what is your approach to that business? Now, this is what we're doing. Now, this is evaluation. I'm trying to bring the evaluation part of the conversation to the class. Now that you've said this is the idea, when you think about it, what are you doing differently from what Reliance is doing? What are you doing differently from what Eight Medical is? In fact, Eight Medical is a mobile hospital, right? They have a truck. Once you just call them, you're not feeling well, their truck gets to you. They have leg walking doctors across different areas in Nigeria. Once you place a call to them, they come to your household. They already have their all medical kits in their backpack, and then they attend to you. So, what is the different approach that you're taking, Kayode, towards solving this particular problem that is existent in Nigeria?
Okay. Majority of these companies they focus on the high rural areas. That's they focus on like
Eight Medical
eight
is in
medical
is in Festac, is in Ojo. They have leg walking doctors in these very rural areas. So what are we talking about in this case? Have you thought about the possibility of the solution thriving in Nigeria? You know how we speak about looking at what other businesses are doing, looking at what competitors are doing. What are you going like? What is the gap that you are feeling with your own idea? What is the unmet needs? What are the underserved needs that your idea is going to fill?
the unmet need that such an idea will feel is that we will not just offer uh, healthcare counseling. We'll take you through the healthcare process where we will have follow-up systems established for you,
That
not just
exists
for your
already,
health, but
Kayode. You exist already. Those systems exist. Okay, I think this is a very interesting way to do it. So we've heard from Kayode. So everyone share a business idea and let's think about the possibility of the solution. So I'm going to be the devil's advocate, pitching for holes in your idea. So your job is to defend that idea and tell me the unmet need or underserved need that idea is providing. So thank you so much, Kayode, for that very first one. I like to give other people opportunities to share. So let's hear from Emmanuel Ajopo.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Uh-huh. So my idea that I have that is subject to evaluation, it has actually been something that has been longing in my mind since my university days.
Okay.
And it is basically a kind of an academic competition between students, within students in different rural part, in fact, in every part of Nigeria, and going from the local government level to state level down to the national level, which will cover all major subjects that they're having in their classes. And it is not subjected to only students in private or only students in public, but it's going to cover um, all what's it called? All part of the country.
Interesting. So my very first question to you is, how exactly are you going to make money from this business?
So basically, what I actually thought of is that the registration fee is going to be minimal, and it is going to be like, okay, let's assume that you are going to be coming from a school. So the registration fee is going to cover at least 2 or 3 students from each school in each section. So for example, if it is a primary, we are going to have the primary, we are going to have the junior secondary, and we are going to have the secondary school in different departments. So if a primary school is coming from a particular school, that means they can actually register, and the registration fee is going to cover 3 of those students. That is, 3 of them have equal chances to get into the national level. So they are going to come
as
to
the principal of like Ngozi secondary schools
okay.
in Mushin. Why should I be interested in a competition? What exactly is the value of that for my business? How does that
Okay.
impact my student? How does it make my business or my school grow or function better?
So very first thing is that on different basis, if your children or your student actually comes out as, let's say, like the top 3 or the top 5 that are going to be coming out in, let's say, a local government, then there's going to be a reward for them, even for the school. The prizes and the reward are going to be for the parents, the school, and the students. Are you with me, sir? Hello?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay.
Okay.
So like, if they win, what happens? If my student win the competition, what happens?
So what I'm saying is that there's going to the prizes and the rewards are going to be for the parents of the students, the school where the students are representing, and the students themselves. So the students get
This prize is going to come from where exactly?
is going to come from the registration fee that we are going to
So first
get.
of all, the registration fee that is very affordable is what you're going to use to give prizes to the parents of the student that won. What is the metrics for students selecting students? Like, why as a school do I have to go through the hassle of selecting some certain student and only their parents get gift? Okay, what
No, I
element
said the parents, the school, and the students.
and you want to give them gift from a very affordable registration fee? How exactly would that work?
Okay, so basically, my chain of thought, I might
What's a
actually
rough estimate of an affordable registration fee in your mind?
okay, in my mind, I think for 3 students are coming from for a particular section. For 3 students, we're looking at maybe 50,000 for 3 students.
And you said that this is a solution for even students, for the rural areas. So you think a rural school would have 50,000 naira to give you for a quiz competition? How much is the school fees that they pay in those rural schools? How much is their school fees?
Okay,
5,000, 7,000.
And they are going to this school will pay you 50,000, and what gift are you going to buy with that amount of registration that will be enough for the winning parents the students who won and the school, notwithstanding the fact that other schools who eventually not win, what exactly is their own benefit for coming on that competition, if you ask me? Like, why would I
Okay.
spend my time if you're only going to give prizes to the winner
Okay.
with the
The
money that
thing,
I paid
what
you?
I actually think is, what my chain of thought has been that, okay, if we have a platform like that, at least we're going to start from somewhere, and on the long run, or let's say for a start, we might actually get to be sponsored by some already known institutions that might actually support, and some individuals that might be willing to
It's
support as well.
that is sounding now more like a social impact initiative and not a business, if you ask me. It's already sound like it because if you're thinking about funding from like institutions, NGO, that's already an NGO engagement. It's not a business anymore. Remember how we mentioned that for something to be called a business, there have to be a profit making mechanism. As at the end of it, there's profit. Some There's a balance between impact and profit, but the overall objective of a business is to make profit. So if whatever you're doing is to rely on funding from people, then you're not talking about building a business. A business in itself is sustainable. It should be able to fend for itself without like seeking for like, what's it called, support from organizations to partner with. That's already sounding more like an NGO initiative. But think about it a bit more. But it's not a completely the bad business opportunity. You just have to refine it even better. Think about what is the end goal of this business eventually. All right. So
Okay,
thank you
sir.
very much for
Thank you very
sharing.
much. Yes, sir.
Finally, I'm gonna have David because I need to end this class very quickly. So David. Okay, so maybe I'll hear from David and Nasir, and then that will be it, and then we'll go into the next session. So please very quickly share your idea with me and let's talk about it.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, one of the ideas that has been sticking to my head is because I'm actually a shoemaker and I have a logistic company. So
Okay.
I'm going to focus on the logistic company for now. Okay, so I've actually been having some challenges here and there with riders and bikes and the rest. And I thought about like the idea in my mind now is having a electric bike, like electric motorcycle, whereby the cost of fueling is going to reduce, the pricing is also going to reduce, and people can actually like have a subscription plan where they can actually pay a certain amount, like let's say 60,000 naira in advance, and they are going to have like 100 deliveries.
Sorry, I'm a bit
Like,
confused. Is it a delivery business or
yes,
people can use the
it's a
okay?
like a logistic company
So
for
like a
like a
logistic
dispatch.
delivery
Yes,
service
yes,
business.
yes. It's
Okay.
based on electric bikes. So because of
Okay.
yeah, the fueling and the rest is going to like reduce
So when
to
you say like electric bikes, what do you mean by electric bikes?
like electric motorcycle.
Is
That
something like
so
that in
that
existence in the world?
yes.
Okay. And these
So
bikes, how do you exactly charge them with the
we charge them with
epileptic power supply in Nigeria? How do you charge these electric bikes? How
yeah,
much are you going to pay for electricity? Or you want to use gen?
because I did my research and I saw we're going to have like a get the should I call it like a charger? That's its own separate charger where we use and we can they're just like an inverter setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the inverter setup and
So
it uses
the
solar.
bikes have to go to a specific location to get charged before they are used.
Yeah, like okay, based on my research, if the bike can actually run for 20 hours. So I believe once the rider takes the bike from the company, he's going to always come back to the company. So we charge it overnight since it's solar installation we are using for the
Okay.
charging and the
Okay, so
rest.
that makes sense. But let's think
Yes, sir.
about the costs. So what is the average cost of a bike, an electric bike? Do you know what the cost
The average cost of an electric bike now is 5 million naira just for one.
for one?
Yes,
Okay, and you want to have a delivery service.
3 to 5 million naira.
So one thing that makes delivery effective is that you have multiple touch points. You have multiple bikes
Yes,
moving to different
yes,
locations. Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
let's say you spend money buying 50 of these bikes. 50 times 5 million is how much? we're talking about 100 million naira. Okay. And then you have to think about the cost of paying the delivery rider salary to go and deliver bike. How much will Nigerians pay for a delivery service? And what is the payback period of your initial investments? You know how we spoke about feasibility, like financial viability of the business eventually. That's also one way to validate it. So in a climate like Nigeria, how do you validate or how do you recoup your costs? And how long would that take you before you start making profits? Because we're talking about a very high cost business.
Yes, sir. Okay. So presently, I'm thinking of using part of the idea I've been using for my business. Presently, I have bikes, like 15 bikes on ground now, and I partnered with Chowdeck and Glovo. But the way I partnered with them, I partnered with their supervisor, where they bring riders to me, and I have like a weekly remittance from them. So I actually don't, even if I don't have any logistic deal, I just know that, okay, just like they're renting the bike from me. So I have a like a weekly remittance where, because Childek actually pays the rider every Monday. So they I know that every Monday, okay, I have a particular amount coming from this person, and every 2 weeks I get the bike for inspection and maintenance and the rest.
How
So
do you deal with issue of dishonest people? How do you deal with the issue of security of the specific or specialized charging location? You need to think about operational risk, right, of running that kind of business in Nigeria. First of all, if these electric bikes get bad, is there like a way to fix it here in Nigeria? Because I believe that nobody is making an electric bike in Nigeria. So how do you go about repairs and wears and tears and things like that? And then these bikes are pretty much more expensive than a regular bike. So why would I want to spend money paying you back on an electric bike when I can go and buy a very cheap bike, buy fuel that I know fuel is expensive, but I'm sure it's not as expensive as a bike of 5 million that I have to go and charge after a particular period of time. So, well, it's a very interesting idea, but you need to think about all of we speak about evaluating the idea. So you need to think about what is the financial viability of this business, what are the risks associated with this business, operational market risk, what these bikes, what if they like have you thought about the legal risk involved? What if someone gets accident with it? Just evaluate
Yes,
it
sir.
critically, right?
Yes, sir.
And let's see how that works. But very
Okay, sir.
interesting idea. Well done. So, guys, soon I see you brought your hand down, and I already moved my mind. I'm going to take you. So I'm sorry. We're going to move on now into the next field of the session. So we're most likely done with the part of market assessment or market activity. And you see basically how you need to think about an idea, how you need to evaluate it and be sure that this idea is something that will fly, and eventually how that idea is going to work for you. All right. So always think about the idea, think about measures to evaluate its potential success, and then get cracking with the execution. So one interesting thing I've been asked to do today is to do an inclusive walk with you, basically to just discuss the concept of inclusion and diversity when in business. All right. So we're going to play a really interesting game. I want everyone to use the raise hand function. So just click on the raise hand button, and then I'll ask you some questions. And if that relates to you, so if I say something, okay, if I say something and it relates to you, keep your hands up. But if I say something that, I'm sorry, if I say something that does not relate to you, keep your hands up. But if I mention something that relates to you, all right, you can bring your hand down. The whole point of it is you will get the picture in the end, but what I want you to do is use the raise. Everyone on the call, click on the raise hand function right now on your phone. If you cannot click the raise hand function, I would like you to use the raise hand function. Would have been easier, because what we're trying to do now is a diversity power work. Please indulge me for a few seconds. Let's have our hands up. Use the raise hand function. For people who do not know where the raise hand function is, go to the part where it says react. And where it says react, click on raise hand. If you click on react, you see a part where it says raise hand. So raise your hand. Please, I want everyone to do this. Please indulge me, guys. I want everyone's hands up, please. We only have 16 people raising their hands up, and we're about 38 on this call. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir, we can
Okay,
hear
good.
you.
So please,
Yes, we can hear you.
Blessimone Osilo Nuna, please raise your hand. Anderson, I want everyone raising their hand. Oluwashi, Kayode Odonuga, please raise your hand. Let's do this very quickly, guys. I need you all to raise your hand, please. Please raise your hand, please, please, please. I beg of you.
Sorry.
I can hear myself. Okay, we have more hands up. Thank you, guys. Whose mic is unmuted? I can hear myself. Okay, so we have 22 hands up. I think let's get it to 25. If we can get it to 25, that would be really great. Thank you so much for indulging me. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you can raise your hand, I'd really appreciate it. 24, just one more, and then we can get started. Please, if you can raise your hand, please do that. So what we're trying to do is a diversity power work, an inclusion power work, right? The whole concept of this is I'm going to read out some things to you, some certain scenarios. If it relates to you, I want you to, if you can relate to it, break down your hand. If you cannot relate to it, keep your hands steady. So my first question is, on this call, I can read and write. If you can read, I'm sorry, I'm going to take that again. No. Keep your hands up if you can relate to it. Yes, keep your hands up if you can relate to something. But if I say something that you cannot relate to it, then you can bring your hand down. Exactly. That's how it's going to work. So we have 25. Oh, thank you guys so much. I appreciate your engagement. 25 hands are raised. I think we're good to go. So just keep your hand up. If I say something that you can relate to it, continue to keep your hand up. If I say something that you cannot relate to it, then you bring your hand down. So if you're on this call and you can read and write, please keep your hand up. Okay? A lot of hands are up. If you're on this call and you have a bank account in your name, continue to keep your hands up. But if you don't, you can bring your hand down. If you're on this call and you have a smartphone and you can regularly access social media platform on it, please keep your hand up. Please keep your hand up. If you're on this call and you can make decisions about major purchases in the house where you currently live, when they want to buy something, you can make a decision on it. Please continue to keep your hand up. Okay? If you're on this call and you finish secondary school, please keep your hands up. Okay? If you're on this call and you're not expected to do household work like cleaning, cooking, caring for children, please keep your hand up. Okay, hands are coming down. Very good.
Sorry, please, I didn't hear the last one.
I said if you're on the call and you are not expected to do household work like cooking, cleaning, or caring for children every day, please keep your hands up. But if you can't, if you're expected to do this, you can bring your hand down. Now we have 19 people's hands up. Very interesting. Okay, so if you're on this call and you have time and resources to spend time with friends, to play sports or take part in other recreation activities, keep your hands up. Now, if you're taking your hands down, please don't raise it back up because you've already been like you're falling short. So the people who are on the race are people who are whose hands are still up. Okay, so keep your hand up if you have the resources to spend time with friends, play sports, and take part in recreation. Please keep your hand up. Please keep your hand up if you are considered a respectable member of the society. Please continue to keep your hand up. If you're on this call and you have a say in whom you marry, you have a say in whom you're going to marry, please continue to keep your hand up. If not, please bring your hand down. Okay. Please keep your hand up if you have access to quality education and quality healthcare in Nigeria. Please continue to keep your hands up. Please keep your hands up if you have access to clean water and proper sanitation facilities in your area. Please keep your hand up if you have never been denied opportunities because of your age. If because of your age, they've never denied you opportunity before, keep your hand up. Of the people with their hands up, if you have the freedom to express your opinion without fear of retribution, please keep your hands up. Keep your hands up if of everyone whose hand is still up. That's the people I'm working with now, right? How many hands do we have up now? How many hands do we have? 11 participants' hands are still up. Good. Thank you very much for participating. So we have 11 people on the call, so let's keep going. Keep your hand up if you feel safe traveling to different regions within Nigeria. Maybe you can Please keep your hand up if you have ever had to hide your true self to fit in at work or in school. Please keep your hands
You
up.
bring it down or keep it up. If
Sorry.
you've ever had to hide yourself, will you keep it up or down? Hide your true self.
You bring it down. If you've ever, have to hide yourself, your true self in school or at work to feel included, please bring your hand down. But if you have not, keep your hands up. So I think I should have said, if you have never had to hide your true self to fit in at work, keep your hands up, or in school. That's exactly the question I should have asked. If you have never had a reason to hide your true self at work or in school, please keep your hands up. Good. We have 8 people. Good. Please keep your hands up if you have ever left the shores of Nigeria. Please don't bring your hand up if you have dropped it down before. Okay, don't bring your hand up if you've dropped it before. So keep your hands up if you have ever left the 4 walls of Nigeria. You have traveled from Nigeria to another country before. Keep your hand up. But if you have not left the shores of Nigeria before, please bring your hand down. 6 people. Good. Keep your hand up if you have experienced. Okay, no. Yes. Keep your hands up if you have ever felt discriminated against because of your religious belief. If you have never felt discriminated against your religious belief before, keep your hands up. If what you have experienced discrimination against if people have discriminated against you because of your religious belief, bring your hand down. Okay, very good. Keep your hands up.
Sorry. Sorry. Hear me.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay,
Please
so
don't bring your hand up if you've taken it down before.
okay, is it personally or in terms of social media as a whole?
Personally. So let's do personally.
Okay.
Okay, now keep your hand up if you have never been excluded or if you have never felt excluded because of your ethnic or tribal background. If you have never felt excluded before because of your ethnic background, keep your hand up. But if you have felt excluded because of your ethnic background, bring your hand down. Keep your hands up if you have equal opportunities for employment in your community. If you have equal opportunities for employment in your community, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up if you feel that your cultural practices are respected and valued by others. Keep your hands up. But if you think that your cultural practices are not respected and valued by others, bring your hand down. Okay, so this is a very interesting dynamic. What I'm trying to achieve with this entire session is that you saw the way we had a lot of people hands up when we started, right? And then as we went on and on, hands started dropping because of different life experiences that people have had, the kind of opportunities that are open for them, the kind of things that they are exposed to, the kind of opportunities that they have, right? As we continue to live on the earth as human beings, we continue to see that everybody are at different places in their lives. Many people are at the places that they are because of their own family background. People are in the places that they are because of the kind of people they met in their lives. People are at different positions in their life because of their cultural belief, their ethnic belief, and different things. Now, that is the entirety of this conversation. We're talking about the topic of inclusion and diversity. Inclusivity is what we're trying to achieve with this conversation. First of all, thank you so much, the Kayode Precious and the Honorable Establishments for your participation. You can bring your hands down now. So, what I'm trying to talk to you about today is the topic of inclusivity. What do we mean by inclusivity? So, just give me a few seconds to share my screen and then we can get started. Give me a second. What do we like? You can bring your hand down now, Kayode. But thank you so much, guys, for engaging and following up with the session. So the topic I'm trying to discuss here is leading the way to inclusion, inclusivity, or inclusivity in business, right? I don't know why I struggle with this word a lot. Inclusivity, leading the way to inclusion. Like I was speaking about the fact that when we started, you saw everyone's hands was up, and then when I continued to give various conditions, people were dropping their hands because of their various lived experiences. That's how the world is designed to be. As human beings, we're different in every form and shape. Maybe by the virtue of the kind of opportunities that we get, by the virtue of people we interact with, we'll continue to see this diversity in our humanity as we go forward. Now, as a business owner, when you think about inclusion, what exactly are we talking about? We want to live in a world where nobody gets left behind, where everybody is carried along, where everyone moves together. We're trying to bridge the gap of different spaces that has come up as a result of our diversity in our lived experiences, right? And as a business owner, thinking about the concept of inclusivity is very important because we're solving problems for the world, we're solving problems for people, and we need to respect the fact that people are different in various ways. People are different in various forms. So many things happen in life that keeps people at different places. So when building your business, you need to think about, how do I create a business where no one is left out in this solution I'm building? How do I build a business where no one is left behind and everyone moves forward, or everyone have access to my solution, right? Now, why does inclusion matter? Why is the concept of inclusivity important? Inclusion is not just a moral imperative. It's not just a moral imperative. It can also create strategic advantages for businesses a lot of times and in multiple ways. As a business owner, it is very important that you embrace diversity and foster an inclusive environment because it benefits both you and your business. If you're hiring people, think about diversity and inclusion in it. If you're building solutions and creating solutions to problems, think about the different human beings on the planet Earth that exist and how can your solution fit into their needs. Now, what are the benefits of inclusion in business? Now, when you think about inclusion and diversity and inclusivity in your business, it provides a host of opportunities. It provides a host of benefits, right? One of them includes diverse perspective. Bringing together individuals with more different backgrounds. There are a lot of people who do not like to give opportunities to people who are from a different tribal group that they are. You don't want to give opportunity to people because of they're from a certain part of the country. You have some biases against people. As a business owner, you don't want to hire. You know how you hear things like, I beg, I don't want to hire somebody from this tribe. They are doing this, they are doing that. That thing is what we call the fallacy of generalization. Because of you've had a terrible experience, do not then make everybody from a specific part of the country evil people or bad people. As we are humans, we are different. Bringing together individuals from different background, experience, and perspective leads to a more innovative business, if you ask me. It leads to a burst of creative solution because you're not just seeing things from your own perspective or from the perspective of a multiple group of people, right? And this diversity in thought can drive new ideas for your business. It can drive new product development in your business. It can drive new ideas that can take your business from one level to the other. Another thing, or another benefit of diversity and inclusion in your business is as businesses that prioritize inclusion and diversity and inclusivity, you know, they they often enjoy a better reputation among consumers, partners, people, and the public in general, because people think that you're a business that is open and designed for everybody. No one is thinking about, oh, their tribal level or their color of their skin or about the difference or their disability. When they think about your business, they think about a business that's accessible for all. So it is very important as a business owner, you think about the infusion of inclusivity into your business. Now, in terms of diversity, another benefit is reflecting the market. A truly diverse business can better understand and serve a diverse customer base. Now, this one is very important. It is very important. As long as you're building solutions for human beings, you need to consider the part of diversity and inclusion. You need to consider the fact that human beings are different. They are disabled people. They are people living with different conditions. You need to think about your solution like that. It gives you a better understanding of the available needs in the communities that your business can fill. Another benefit is that the consideration of of inclusion and inclusivity in your business is that it promotes or helps you comply with legal and regulatory requirements as it reduces the risk of discrimination lawsuits. Now, this one is very popular in like more developed countries, like where their legal system is very strong, right? You see people filing for discrimination against me, whatnot. Not paying attention to inclusivity in your business opens the doors for these kind of issues. Now, what are the various thematic areas of inclusion in the world today? What are the various ways which we consider inclusion in business? Who or what group mostly face discrimination or exclusion, when solutions are built, when businesses are being developed? Now, this the, exclusion can come in various ways. People can be discriminated against by virtue of their race and ethnicity. In the case of Nigeria, you talk about tribal discrimination, you talk about cultural discrimination, and different things like that. Discrimination can happen in terms of gender and gender identity. People discriminate based on their gender. There are women that, I mean, in the workplace today, there's a lot of conversation around giving women more opportunities to lead in business because many times the world seems like a male-dominated world and there's no room for women to even contribute their own quota. There's a lot of data and facts around how women have turned business around, and that is why the concept of gender identity and gender balance and gender consideration is now getting very critical in the world today. Okay, there's discrimination against people with disability, people, the blind people, people on wheelchair. People. As a business owner, how are you thinking about these people using your solution? You're making cleaning agent, like you're making cleaning products. Can you design your bottles in a way that someone that does not have hands can still use them to clean? That is how to think about inclusion in your business, diversity in your solution, diversity in how your business operates. People also get discriminated by their age. Remember the question I asked, if you've ever been discriminated before or denied an opportunity because of your age. That can also form another level of discrimination. So we need to pay attention to this. There's also discrimination when it comes to sexual orientation. Like we hear a lot of people that people are different in terms of their own sexual orientation. That is another way in which discrimination can happen. People get discriminated against as a result of their own religion. Because of your cultural beliefs and practices, people get discriminated against. Okay, people also get discriminated against through social economical status. Some people say, "Oh, I don't relate to poor people. Oh, you're not in my class, you're not in my level, please don't talk to me," and things like that. Or this business is only for the 1% of the 1%. As a business owner, how does all of these variance, feed into your business? Some people even get discriminated against by their parental status. Oh, you hear things like, "Oh, people who are raised by single parents don't have good behavior. People who are raised by single mothers are people that are wayward. Their mothers did not raise them well." You hear things like that. These are various thematic areas in which discrimination can occur. Now, what is your role as a business owner and how can you make these things better? Consider human diversity in your business. Consider humanity diversity in your business. And how do you do that? You encourage dialogue. When you don't understand things, ask questions. Try to understand that person's perspective. It is not a white or black space. The question of human diversity is so deep rooted that many times people, because of they do not understand it, they tend to discriminate against those people. It's very important that you give people an audience. Listen to their perspective first. You might not agree with it, but you should be able to tolerate it. Because if everyone is pointing guns at each other by virtue of their differences, nobody will remain on this earth. Because something that's making you different might be a problem for another person. But what makes the world a better place is our understanding as humans, our ability to engage in conversations that really helps everybody to thrive. Another way to also, encourage so what's it now? Human diversity is also by being diplomatic and choosing empathetically correct terms when you speak to people. Don't I mean there's one I always hear the people say things like, oh, like people that from a certain part the of the country are very money conscious. Oh, you are very money conscious. Don't follow them, they will cheat you. All those are not empathetically correct terms to use when you're addressing people. So it's very important that you're diplomatic and you're choosing empathetically correct terms to use in engaging with people. Another way to consider human diversity in your business is by celebrating diversity. Create an environment where people are welcomed regardless of their human differences in your business. Don't create a business where people are always feeling uncomfortable. Like if you're going to build if you're going to have a building for your business, consider people with disability, consider people with impaired vision. Celebrate diversity. When people come into your organization, let it be an organization that is open to different people, whether you're from whatever tribe or you're from whatever color, or you're coming from whatever sexual orientation you have. That creates an environment where people can be their ultimate true self and give you their 100% if you have a team or if you have customers, because your customers are also human beings and they are different in their own rights. Okay, so celebrating diversity is a way for you to encourage, is for you to encourage I keep forgetting that word. For you to consider human diversity in your business is by what? Celebrating diversity. Another thing is also making inclusion effort a must in your business, right? When you want to create a new product, think about inclusion in it. Let's build a business that lead the way so let's build truly inclusive businesses that would create solutions for the differences in human expressions, right? Create solutions that are are curated for different human beings and meets needs that human beings have regardless of their differences. And with that, that brings us to the end of the session on inclusivity in business. I'm going to take any questions now from you, and with that, we'll end the session. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, please use the raise hand function and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Okay, so let's have Kayode Odonuga. Please share your questions. Mr. Kayode Odonuga, your hands are raised. If you're not asking a question, please bring it down.
I think that hand has been up like forever.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Adela.
All right, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I really appreciate your class, and I'm finding it very interesting, especially this last part, inclusion and all of that. I know from my own business, my business supports some of the SDG goals, and part of which is the gender, inequality and bridging the gap there. But sir, when you mentioned all those factors, the one that caught my attention most is that LGBTQ. That LGBTQ plus. Imagine now, I provide I have a company that is more